Hello, welcome to my VOD channel. I do a lot of programming and some other things like playing games. If you want to see the streams live, you can watch them on my Twitch. There's a link in the description. Without any further delay, let's get to the stream. All right, we're on. This time, my audio is not immediately messed up. Okay. So, plan today is I'm just going to do kind of a bit of preliminary setup for world generation. I should probably open this thing so we're not looking at nothing there. Well, actually, gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna be testing it, so I'll just hide that. Hide that. Okay. That's all I got. That's all I got. Let's get right onto it. So first thing I'm going to do, I want to finish getting... this should probably be its own class, to be honest. So I'll move this out. This, where is it? Config, here we go. I want to move this out. Vector. Move inner class to upper level. And I will put it in, I like to put it in world. World. Okay. All right. It's been moved out. Is this font size right? Yeah, okay. All right. Buffered image map. So what I need to figure out is how I can load this in tiles. I kind of mentioned it last time, and I think it's what I'm going to go for. Buffered image map. Or buffered image. Swear my phone screen keeps flashing, but nothing's happening. Okay. Tile observer. What is that? What's a tile observer? What does this mean? An interface for objects that wish to be informed when tiles of a writable rendered image become modifiable by some writer. When they become unmodifiable. I don't know why I would want to do that. There's a minimum tile index in the Y direction. I would love to have some information on what tiles mean. Returns the tile height. Get tile. Returns tile. No, tile X and tile Y are indices into the array, not pixel locations. The rest of that is returned as live. Man, I really wish I had a functioning scroll wheel. I just cannot use it. Get tile grid X offset. What is the X offset? Always 0. What? Okay. Number of tiles in the X direction, this is always 1. Oh, okay. So it looks like I can't load get sub image. I guess I can do something like that. I load pieces myself. Okay, so I think that's what we'll have to do. We'll have to use the get sub image thing. We'll make it a... Huh. Okay, so what's the size of a 1000 by 1000? Because that is quite a decent number of chunks. Times 8. So we're looking at this number. 8 megabytes. Okay. I could also load it in... So what is 1024 divided by 16? 64 chunks. I can load them in parts of 64. I think that's what I'll do. Okay. So this will have a... I guess I can make it public. Public static int. We'll call this tile size. I mean, what's 2048? How big is that? Because we're loading an integer, so it's 8 bytes every time. 32 megabytes. I mean, that's still pretty good. How big can I really make this? 496? $100. Okay, so that kind of blew past it. So we will do... Yeah, we'll do 2048. It's a nice number. Final. And I will manually type out what this size would really be. This would be... approximately 32 megabytes. And then 2048 divided by 16 is 128. Right. Just gotta write that down. Okay. And then we can have... I'll just keep in memory about... I need to have... Huh. How can I store this? How can I store this? I could probably do... Man, what? Why am I struggling to come up with an answer here? I want to have a map, but I know that if I use a map, I'll be giving it pairs, so I'll be giving it X and Y coordinates, or tile coordinates. But then I want to make sure that stuff that I'm not using gets unloaded after some time. I'm thinking probably holding 4 tiles in memory at a given time is plenty. Although this needs to be thread safe. This does need to be thread safe. So I need to make sure that I keep that in mind when I do this. I make sure that it's thread safe. One thing that I could use is a limited map, which is another class that I made, but I don't think that's what I really want. Yeah, I guess I just don't know. I guess I just don't know what to use for this. Weird. Weird. I want to move that to this class. I clicked move member. Why is it not letting me do it? Refactor. Move member. Oh, okay, okay. Refactor. Move member. Now it opens. And of course you can't see it. Okay, move it to buffered image map. Here we go. How do I do this? For real, how do I do this? Okay, let me check something. I'm sure I have this written exactly how I think I do, but I'm just gonna double check. And I'm sure I've looked at this many times by now. Stop, don't refactor. I'm literally clicking, I'm not dragging. Hash code. 7 times key hash code equals, if it's a pair this dot key equals pair dot key. Okay, so that should work in a map. All right, that should work in a map. So we'll use a map. Private final hash map pair integer. And this will be simply the pixel data. Okay. Right. And so this will just be a managed thing. We'll start a... Well, actually... Okay, we'll use another pair. This will contain the last time we've accessed it. And we will start just a function that will regularly check and say, hey, have we accessed this for a while? No? Okay, well, we will unload it. And it will also do some, it'll also manage the, it'll also manage if the map is getting too large. So if we're loading a bunch of things, it'll be like, okay, let's unload something from before. But what's a max size? What's a max size? Tile size. Cache size. How many do we want to store? My biggest concern is when we get onto a corner, someone walks right along a diagonal path. Huh, that's an interesting idea. So I just thought I couldn't set it up so that if someone walks along a diagonal path, whenever we try to pull from outside, we just create a tile of that whole box. Oh, but now, now it's getting complicated. So if I just pull like a border around where this is probably a tough problem, and I probably don't need to really make it that elegant. So we'll just think about this. So 32 megabytes. How many of that fits into a gigabyte? Huh? 32. So maybe do 8. We'll do 8. 8 sounds like a fine number. That'll be how many tiles we keep in memory. Or once we go over this value. We can go over this value, but then we'll start dropping it down. So we will do... tiles to keep in memory, and then I need to have a time limit as well. We'll do seconds. We'll say 30. If it's been 30 seconds and we're not using a tile, we can get rid of it. We'll refresh its time. There we go. Alright, so I think this is all set up. Now we can start writing it. Just be a plain function to run. What should I call this? Check map? Check map, sure. We will synchronize on the raster, on the cache, so that way we're not deleting stuff when something else might be using it. We'll say size is greater than cache size. We'll start removing the oldest ones. We'll remove one at a time, I think. We will simply remove one at a time. Okay. We'll find the oldest. Keep a key. And this will be pretty simple. We'll just say if it's before now, we just keep finding older and older ones until we get the oldest one. Entry, pair. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Be pretty simple. And then we'll just remove it. here, we will remove one at a time. The first one we find that's old, that's too old. Well, actually in this case, we can just remove everything that's older than 30 seconds ago. Yeah. Good. How can I remove from a map? In a way that's smart. Places each entry's value with the result of invoking the given function on that entry until all entries have been processed. Oh. Huh. This one always confuses me, iterating over a map. It always confuses me how to do this. How do we do this? It's a little bit tight here. Okay. How do I, okay, but how do I iterate and remove things? There's like iterators here and things like that, but how do I use that? Oh, come on. Yeah, none of that's here. I'm a little confused. Turns value to which I don't understand. Iterates over entry set, searching for an entry, the specified key. If such an entry is found, the iteration turns without finding such an entry, null is returned. Okay. Okay, let me check this. Java iterate map remove values. Iterator. Oh, do I get the entry set and then entry set? Except the iterator's own remove. Change the map to reflected in the set. Map is modified. Set supports element removal, which removes corresponding mapping from the map. Aha. Okay, so I do want this entry set. Remove all, or remove if. There we go. Remove if. Removes all elements from the map that satisfy the given predicate. Okay, so we get an entry. And we'll just do if we'll get the current time. Should I make this bigger? Make it a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Okay. Remove if now this one will be greater, so get epoch second minus cache entry, get value, get key, get epoch second is greater than time. What is it called? Tile life seconds. Remove where this returns true. Okay. Here we go. That's right. Now whenever I produce this, save these values, and I also say core executor schedule at fixed rate. And I guess I need to cache clear. I don't want to say cache clear. Cache check interval. And we'll check it every 10 seconds. Sure. Okay. provide the check map, delay, cache check interval seconds, cache check interval seconds, seconds. Comment this out. Okay. Get sample block height. So what we do here is we need to find the cache. So I'll do it like a load thing. Private int array load data at I did just realize something actually. Because we only store 8, we can kind of spend some time looking for this. So actually I will do it in the way that I've described up here. Where when I pick it, I load in a grid around this area. Yeah. Yeah. An area with dimensions. Tile size. Centered on the given coordinate is loaded. Yeah, so this solves the issue of like if for some reason I need to load 4 tiles at once just to load a couple chunks around an area. I'm not doing that. I'm just loading 1 tile centered on this big spot, and then yeah, shouldn't be loading. Should be a little bit better. This will definitely be more ideal for multiple players at the same time joining when a server loads the first time. Where, oh yeah, I need to make sure I specify this too. I need to tell it where the center point is actually located as well. Huh. Interesting. Well, okay. So I think we'll do it this way. We'll do get sample from cache. Retrieves cache register that contains a given coordinate. And returns the value of the sample at that point. There's a cache raster data with that contains the coordinate. An area with dimensions below is centered on that given coordinate. It is loaded into the cache, and then the sample is returned. Yep. So basically I just have to find somewhere where the keys, the X and the Y is within the position that we say the tile starts at, which is the key, and the tile size. If it's within it, then we say, okay, here it is, and we know the start position, so we know the offset to go to. Yeah. And we can just return it there. Okay. And this will do quite a lot of stuff as well. I think I kind of need to split this into multiple places though, don't I? Actually, yeah, I will return a pair. Wait, since I have that, couldn't I do... No, because I think comparing a key that's like an integer key won't work. Yeah, I don't think that works. So we can't do that. But we can do it here. We can return it like this. Okay. Returns the top left offset. Well, yeah, returns the top left coordinate of the loaded tile and the raster data. A tile. Yeah, I think this is probably more. Tile dimensions, tile size, center on the given coordinate is loaded into the cache, and then and returned. Yep. And not go out of bounds. There we go. Okay. So we'll just search. Well, I guess I can just do this. Int match tile offset and matched tile data. These can just be null. No need to do anything with that. Then I'll just go through the list. Raster data cache. And I will be reading this. So I'll log on it. I will log on it. And then I do, well, actually this one doesn't need that. If yeah, I'll do this. Int so offset. Okay. Isn't there a way to like do math and then make only one comparison? I don't think so. I mean, this, maybe this would be smarter to do. Do this math one time. How can I do this math? I can subtract it from here and subtract it from here. X minus the offset at the tile size. Does that inequality work that way? I need to look at this. Algebra inequality. I can't remember this. So if we I think if we subtract from one side, we can do that, and it's not a problem. Subtract 2 from both sides. Yeah. Okay, it won't flip the sign. All right, cool. So we can do this math one time. Int. But what is this really the equivalent of? It'd be like blah equals x minus tile size. Does that really work? X is less than the offset plus the tile size. X minus the tile size. I need to, okay, let's do some pretend things here. So X equals, we'll say our tile is just 10, and we'll say X is 17, and X offset is 10. Pretty simple here, right? So I say, so X is definitely in the range. So X is going to equal to X offset, true. And then I do X minus tile is less than X offset. So this would be 17 minus 10 is less than 10. That'd be 7 is less than 10. So this is true. Now we'll look at this when it's not true. So we'll say X is 20, which will actually not be in range. X is greater than or equal to X offset. That's definitely true still. X minus tile is less than X offset. So this would be 20 minus 10 is less than 10. This would be 10, less than 10, which is not true. So yeah, I think I can do this math out here. Right? Yeah. We call these bounds. X bounds and Y bounds. So we're only doing this math operation one time. X bounds is less than that, and Y bounds is less than that. We found a match. And then we can say matched tile offset of the X offset, Y offset, and matched tile data is raster data cache get. Well, since we're doing this, we should just do the entry set. Entry set. Entry. And then actually, yeah, when I retrieve it, I need to be setting the. I do have to set. I have to set. I have to update that. Okay. Well, actually, yeah, I can just load the integer here. Int key is get key, get value. Set that to be key. It's greater than or equal to key 0. Key 0. Or this is 1. Ooh. Almost put in a really bad problem there. Oh, come on. Quit being silly. Tile data is cache tile, get value. And then I will set, oh, I'm missing a thing there. And then I need to update, update access time. I can do cached tile, get value, and then set key to now. All right, pretty simple stuff. If match tile offset is not null, which means we found a match, we can return the pair. Excellent. Otherwise, now we need to load it. So, to load it, load data into cache. All right. Buffered image, and this will be get sub image. Right? Let me check all the functions that we have on buffered image here. Computes and returns an arbitrary region of the buffer image. So I'm going to check to see what this looks like. So our image is, I want to save this, not there. Image map. There's that. Okay. Image map dot. Let's check and see what this is. I would like to go to implementation. Computes and returns an arbitrary region of the buffer map. I want to be sure that this isn't going to load the whole thing. Get data elements. So pick data for a specified range in the primitive array. It looks like it's exactly the same thing that gets computed up here. Exactly the same. Look, it's a whole new tile if raster is a sub tile. We should do something smarter. Yeah. Okay. So I'll do get this, and I will use declaration rectangle Interesting. Why do they have this whole thing? That's quite a waste of time, isn't it? What does get sub image do? Get sub image. So there's a sub image width and height. I think I'll just do I think I'll just do this one. Get data and I'll pass it a rectangle. Raster. Let's go look at this. Int array data equals new int of, well, I do need to properly compute the boundaries of this, I suppose. Because we want to have the coordinate centered on the point. And so if it's 4 across, I guess we'll just put in the top left of the center. So compute bounds. So we'll compute the boundaries because the top left could be outside of the actual range of this. So we don't want to load any more data than we really need to for the image. And if we can't fill a full tile, we'll just load as much as we can. So we'll compute the minimum value up to 0, and then we'll go across from there. Or in the opposite direction as well, up to a maximum, and then drag it back. Yep. Load data into a cache. Compute bounds such that the coordinate is centered. Extending opposing boundaries if the tile would extend beyond the buffered image dimensions. So we'll say our int x start will be equal to our x minus tile size. Interesting. Minus tile size divided by 2. Yep. Then we say x end will be x start plus tile size. Y end equals y start plus size. Now I need to do some math here. We'll just call it an extent. We'll start by checking if how far out of bounds x start is from negative values. So yeah, so I think we'll do 0, or we'll just take the negative of it. Wait. Well, if x start is negative, we'll bring it up to 0, and then whatever the difference is. Yeah, okay. So we just take, if it's negative, yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, if x start is less than 0, we can shift the whole thing over by that amount. If it's less than 0, we'll do x end. We'll add it negative x start. Can I just do it that way? So if we're at -1, I want to add 1 and then set this to 0. Yeah, that's right. Plus equals negative x start, and then x start equals 0. Was it like dark? Interesting. Else if x end is greater than I'll actually do this outside here. If x end is greater than dimension or width, yeah, I think that's right. If it's greater than the width, we'll set x end to, well, actually, if it's greater than or equal to width. Starting it, and then, okay, well, yeah, if x end is greater than width, right. I mean, these are pretty straightforward, actually, so we'll just do that. X end is greater than width. We will set x start minus equals the difference between width and x. Well, x end is going to be greater, so x end minus width. And then yeah, x equals 0, and x end. And then after I do all this, it is possible that the total boundaries that I want to set to is still larger than the actual images. Because if I'm loading a tile size of 1, or if I have a 1K image that I put in there just for testing, and I try to load 2,000 pixels, it's going to overextend just by design. So I'll need to clamp it back down. I'll need to make sure that the x end and the x and y end are definitely no bigger than the width of the image. Which I suppose is fine to leave it here because it'll definitely be correct by this point. If x end ever goes greater than the width, well, I need to make sure that this is also math.max. Yeah, I'll just do a max here. Bring it all the way down as far as we can. Set it to that. I just had a thought. This is probably slightly wrong, isn't it? We assume that the tile size is up to this size. I'm wondering if there's some weird edge case where this can fail to find something or match something that doesn't actually contain it because it was resized to be too small. I don't think so. I think that shouldn't happen. I need to make sure that it shouldn't happen. So we're starting at a point, we're saving the offset, and we say this tile size can be up to this big. If I give a coordinate outside of the range, well, yeah, if the tile has been shortened, the only reason the tile has been shrunk is because the width and height of the actual image is too small and can't contain the full tile size. So the only way that the past x and past y would be outside of a result, a cached result, is if the actual x and y values are outside of the whole image result. Yeah, that would be the only time that something like that could happen. Okay, so this should definitely be right. Do a max so that we get the largest value, which should not be negative. Oh wait, x start equals max of x start minus that. That's how we should write it. X end equals width. I don't think we're even really using the end. When I do a rectangle, what do? Do I pass x and y? Or x, y, and width and height? I mean, yeah, I guess I should save it because I'll be using the x end and the x start to be calculating the width and the height. So yeah. I'll just be doing this. Y, height. Not U. Okay. Should be all scaled correctly. And now I can create a rectangle for this. Rectangle. Yep, that one. X start. Y start. And then the dimensions will be x end minus x start. So if it's 1 and 0, the width would be 1. Y end minus y start. And these are all set. And we'll make it bigger if it goes over. We'll drag our start backwards as far as we can, up to 0. Yep. That looks good to me. so I can look at it. And then matched tile data. Well, let's go this tile offset. And tile data. So we can at least use these down here. So not creating new variables. Tile offset is equal to x start, y start, and then I'll actually compute. Compute this because I'll need it again. All right. Here we go. Tile with a dial. Should always be the same value, but possibility that it's not. Yeah. Tile width. Master X. I'll do these up here on the outside of the loop. And then tile that up. Cool. I just realized there's a possibility that this comes in twice. It could read, not even just read it twice, it could read it many times. Like, okay, let's load this image in like 20 times. So, unfortunately, this all needs to be inside this synchronization. This does actually need to all be inside the synchronization to make sure we're loading only one thing at a time. We're loading it from disk only once. This all has to be synchronized. Very sad. A really big catch, a really big lock. Put pair of 0, 1. Do we have multiple nows? No, only the one. Okay. Now and tile data. What do we return? Yeah, we return that. Yeah. I would rather not have disk loading things be in a synchronization, but it kind of has to be done. It does have to be done. And the next time we come in here, after we've probably added something, it'll come in here, it'll match it, and we'll return it on the spot. Okay. Okay. And now we will need to I think we can just do this here. Well, I mean, I'll unload it here. Get value. Samples of, I take our X and subtract the sample offset, take the Y and subtract the sample offset. Should be that simple. It should be that simple. Not exposed via an interface. Why is that a problem? Man, this inspection is really dumb. Why is this inspection really dumb? Public method not... Why? Exposing all public methods via an interface is important for maintaining loose coupling and may be necessary for certain component-based programming styles. I specifically turn that on too. I can make the class final. Should get rid of the problem. What? Yeah, that inspection is not very helpful for this. Suppress that for class. I'm not doing that. Width, height, turn false. Okay. So all this should be correct. height range. Yeah, okay. We're loading another rat into the cache. Doing all this math stuff. Should be fast enough. Okay, I'm kind of liking where this is going. And get simple block height. Just that. Excellent. I will do I'll do a bit of performance timing here. Yeah, I'll do some performance timing stuff here. I'll have volatile. Can I just write volatile? Private volatile int perf chunks processed 0. What's the problem? Maybe final? Oh, okay. We won't do that. We'll only do it if we get into here. Yeah, we'll only do that if we get into here. And we say perf chunks processed, increment that value. Non-atomic operation. Non-atomic operation. Well, how do I make it an atomic operation? Non-atomic operation. What? Java. How to use volatile int. No, not geeks for geeks. Not that. What? So should I be doing it like perf chunks processed equals perf chunks processed plus 1? Non-atomic operation volatile. Okay. So I do int num equals process plus 1. Is this okay? Is redundant. But then you don't like that. What? Well, how am I supposed to do it the correct way? Java increment volatile int. How do we, like, I mean, what's the point of it? Okay. Use a volatile keyword for that is not enough. You need to use synchronized. Wait, so why does volatile exist if it's not thread safe? Isn't that the like idea of it? Is that it's like a way to create thread safety? I can't lock on it because it's not an object. Private atomic integer chunks processed. What the? Okay. Chunks processed dot increment. Get and increment, increment and get. We'll just do increment and get. Increment and get. Okay. And I'll start a thing that we be printing out over time, being like, hey, here's how many chunks we've processed. Something like that. Not static. It's to be private void log performance. Int equals perf chunks processed dot get and set 0. Topping sets the value to new value and returns the old value. Yeah, there we go. And then we'll just say this is happening every private static final int perf readout seconds. We'll say every 15 seconds. We'll do a readout. There we go. And then I'll just do noise chunks processed plus average of chunks processed divided by perf readout seconds. Convert that to a double. Okay. Very simple there. Very, very simple. Okay. And we'll see how this does. We'll see how this performance runs. Okay. I thought I wouldn't really be testing, but I guess I will be. Because this was the first thing that I wanted to do, just to make sure this would work and be nice and fast, while also not consuming gigabytes of memory. Loading a whole image file that at any given time we're only going to be looking at, a couple pixels of at a time. I mean, even 2000 is quite a large area already. But we'll leave it there. Seems like a decent trade-off to me. Okay, it built successfully. Gonna restart the server. And I suppose for a proper good test, what I'll do here is I'll have the height map. I'll take my height map. And I'll make a very big large version where it is just the same image repeated like 10 times in many directions. Image, canvas size. Actually, I could also just scale it up. Actually, yeah, I'll just upscale the image tremendously. So resize to the value of 16,000. What is that? 16,384. Massive, absolutely massive image. Okay, I just upscaled it by a tremendous number. Save it. Terrain height map big. File size. Computing. Yeah, it's going to be a big file, and I don't want to load the whole thing in memory. I'll actually do a performance output here as well. When I do check map, which runs every 10 seconds, I'll do a readout. Readout estimated memory usage based on cache size. Okay. Int tiles, tile count, raster data cache size. We will multiply this by tile size times 8. Size. Wait, integers? Oh, that's in bits. Wait, that can't be right. Number of bits. Okay, well. Actually, wait, is an integer 4-bit? No, that can't be right. Or 4 bytes? Oh, it is 4 bytes. Okay. And so yeah. This will be a tremendous file. divided by 8. Yep. Does the buffered image give me like the file name that it was created with? Maybe not, maybe not. We'll give it a string name. Buffered image, Heightmap. Alrighty. Okay, that's good, that's good. Good. I've got the very big, very big image ready to go. This is gonna be, it's gonna be a tremendous file size. Terrain Heightmap, big, 14 megabytes file size. However, when it's loaded, it should be like a single tile is actually going to be way bigger than that because this is compressed. So 16,384 times 16,384 times 32. That's how many bits would be stored in a single one, divided by 8. That's how many bytes. By 1024. Huh. Oh, interesting. That's bytes. Kilobytes. Megabytes. Yeah, it would load up to be a gigabyte in size. Precisely a gigabyte in size. If it were actually all loaded at once. Even though the file size is like 14, 15 megabytes, loading the whole thing in memory at once with storing every single pixel in an integer, it would take up a whole gigabyte per image file. And if I'm going to be working on 5 or 6 of these, or even 7 of these at the same time, that's unacceptable. I cannot dedicate 8 gigabytes just to storing images where I'm only using a couple pixels at a time. Okay. So that is why I have done this. We'll edit the name here. Big. Very big. This will be absolutely massive. Uploading the new world gen. And I believe I already uploaded the plugin, but I'll re-upload it again just to be certain. Yeah, I surely did. Okay. Server stopped. Server start. Let me show the picture-in-picture. Here we go. All right. Let's go to this. I don't have anything happening in here. No buffered images have been loaded. The world builder hasn't even been loaded yet either, which is interesting. Let's see what happens. Noise 0, average 0 seconds, right. No chunks have been generated. Oh, 790. 729, average of 48 seconds. Wait, what? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. 729 divided by 15. Oh, that's the number per second. That's the number per second. That's not the average time. Okay, let's. I'm gonna redo that. Sorry, I'm gonna redo that. Back here. I'm going to correct this. It was supposed to print this value divided by that value. And this gives me the average time. So the bigger this number is, the smaller this number is, which is what I want. And we'll times that by 1,000 to get milliseconds. Or well, yeah, 1,000 divided by this. Same thing. Okay. Build it. Okay. Upload the correction. Okay. Now we'll try this again. Okay. Estimated memory 0 bytes. Interesting. Infinity. That's funny. Oh, I didn't. No. I didn't actually delete the chunks that I already generated. If chunks processed equals 0, don't do anything. We won't read out. That is why. I mean, I was surprised that it gave me infinity instead of giving me a whole error. It's very nice of it to not crash the server because I accidentally did a division by 0 here. Very nice of it. Oh, well, I didn't even show it. Here's what I changed. And back. Infinity milliseconds. Very funny. .8 seconds apparently to prepare the spawn area. That's a lot of bytes. 64, 234 milliseconds each. That's a nice number. That's a lot of bytes. It should now 665 chunks, averaging 22 milliseconds. Whoa. Okay. So let me, before I join, let me check how many kilobytes that is. 16 kilobytes, or 16 megabytes. Excellent. Now we're printing infinities again. What is going on with that? I just told it to... I didn't actually upload the new version. There's nothing interesting to show anywhere because it's all logs. And I'm messing it up. Did I change? Did I rebuild this? I added that and I hit Control S, but I didn't build it, I think. Very silly of me. Look, something to see. It's moving. Cool. Upload that. Delete the world. Excellent. And I'll do this and I'll do a gigabyte thing too. Int or float. Okay. Rebuild it. I've just made like 3 or 4 minor changes and rebuilt it and then failed to upload it sometimes. Okay, things are flashing again on my screen. It's creeping me out. I'm not hitting peaks anywhere. %50 of my memory is being used. However, about 4 gigabytes are actually being displayed here. Somehow that is 16 gigabytes. My computer's lying to me again. It says I'm using 8 when I'm actually using 4. Okay. Funny stuff. Alright. I think I just uploaded that, but I'm not sure. Load it again. Okay. And start the server. Okay. I'll get readouts. I'll get memory. (16 megabytes). Milliseconds per chunk. Very fast, lightning fast even. Still at 16 megabytes. I'm gonna try and fly around at top speed to see if I can crank this number up at all. And I'll get readouts when I start generating new chunks as well. Okay. Can I set my speed? Speed. Help. Is there a command for flight speed? I wonder if I can change speed with a game rule. Minecraft game rule speed. No, that's random tick speed. Okay, I suppose not. Oh, 0? It just unloaded it. It just unloaded it. I see it. Which went from 16 megabytes to 0, and it just loaded another one actually. So I guess I started generating stuff. I've generated 214 chunks. And this is a big ocean. I wonder if I'll actually hit anything. I should run into, oh, I've lost my bearings now. This way. $16 megabytes is good for an area of 128 by 128. That's really good. And I'll just fly around in like a diagonal line, I suppose. 587 chunks generated. We're still looking at flat ocean. I want to see this hit 32 megabytes. I should be able to hit a new region, right? I mean, I suppose that means I have to fly 1,000 blocks in 30 seconds. Is that achievable? 1,000 blocks in 30 seconds? Okay, here's what we'll do. I will give myself some... I'll give myself some of this. I should be able to fly quite fast doing this. Where is it? Miscellaneous. Should we get some good speed here? Oh, okay. It just crashed. That was quick. Wow. Okay. So what happened? It died so fast. It was definitely my buffered image map. Whoa. Okay. What happened? Coordinate out of bounds. Interesting. Coordinate out of bounds. Get sample. Array index out of bounds exception. Coordinate out of bounds. Okay. It wasn't even outside of the range that it should have been. It was in range. It was trying to generate chunk 12671, which is right on the edge of loading a new tile. So I guess let's figure out why that happened. I'm clipping that. I'm going to clip that manually. I'm clipping it. I'm going to do it on stream live. Trying to generate chunk. Clipping it live. Good speed here. Oh, okay. It just crashed. That was quick. Wow. Okay. So what happened? All right. Live on stream, making my own clip. Should we get some good speed here? Oh, okay. just crashed. That was quick. Wow. Okay, so what happened? It died. Should we get some good speed here? Oh, okay. It just crashed. That was quick. Wow. Okay, so what happened? It died so fast. Should we get some good speed here? Oh, okay. Well, that's great. I like that. Crashed. I'm clipping something. What just happened? Zach, thanks for the follow. If you can see in the top above me here, how it says disconnected, my server crashed while I was generating chunks. And I'm making a clip for it because it was just that good. Okay. First clip. There we go. Okay. See if I can't figure out why. Why did that happen? So what happened here, let's check the logs. It was precisely on get data from cache, line 183. Oh. Okay. So it wasn't. It's a problem here, which is definitely preferable that it was a problem here and not a problem here. But why? I wish it would have told me what the value was, what the coordinate was that it was out of bounds on. Because it doesn't make sense to me, because I told it the width that I wanted. And that I'm not going over that width. Maybe thrown if coordinates are not in bounds. That is what I got. I suppose I need to do xn would be width, x start. Everything looks right. Did I write this incorrectly? No, this is correct too. I don't know why this is out of bounds, because this is precisely tile width, tile height. Width and height. Width of the rectangle. Check this. Width, height. I've thought maybe there's like an off by one issue where I go out of bounds by one, but that also doesn't look like what's happening here. Oh, I did just notice that. that needs to be reset every time. But that shouldn't have been the problem. That shouldn't have been why this crashed. Raster X, raster Y, tile height, tile width. Did I make a mistake and copy these wrong? Y, tile size is probably 2 plus tile size. This looks right. This shouldn't have been the problem. Would it have been the problem? So we end up going out of range. We come back here, we increment it. No, it really shouldn't have been the problem. So I'll do a catch here. I'll just do a catch and try to recreate it and see what this value is being set to. Catch array index out of bounds exception. Went out of bounds. Raster X. Raster Y, and I will also print out the tile width and tile height. Okay, now it's gonna be angry. Width. Height. The exception, and we'll just rethrow it. Rethrow the exception. Okay. Because I'm not seeing how that happened. I'm not seeing it. Okay, built. It's called core shutdown, is that right? I don't think I'll be able to read it in all those logs, actually. Just want to double check to see if it shut down itself or if it was forcibly shut down. Who knows? It's probably going to be buried in there somewhere. But it did shut itself down, which was the idea. Wait. Remove callback for map through exception. Remove call. I don't think that's this. I don't think that's this one. I don't think it's this one. I think it was just a concurrency thing that it printed that out at the same time. Okay. All right, save that. I think I already uploaded it. I definitely did not, actually. We'll re-upload it, and I'll just rejoin and see what happens. I think I should just be safe to rejoin and then try to recreate it without redoing the whole world. Start. And I should get a printout letting me know precisely what value went out of bounds. So I can see if it's out of bounds by exactly 1 or if it's out of bounds by a crazy number. Or perhaps this bug that I fixed, which didn't manifest, which I don't think is what the problem was. We'll see. Okay. Flip back. Ooh. Disconnected. Great. Okay, well that was took no time at all. Alright. Good to know, it instantly failed again. Stopping server. Well, that came out as a straight crash too. X and Y 0. Oh, I know I have figured it out. I have figured it out. So I have the raster X and the raster Y, but I need to, this is actually, I thought it would like copy the data and then give me like a 0 to 2048 size, but it's not. It is actually starting me out from, we're actually doing this, X start to X end. So I can just use those. Or, well, raster X equals X start is less than X end. That's definitely what's been going on here. This equals Y start less than Y end. Definitely what was happening here. Big information there. Out of bounds for values to 0, 0. I mean, that could only mean one thing, is that the raster is shifted for me. The amount of log output that generates is crazy. It maxes out the history immediately. Okay, should be fixed. It should work now. Oh, it's printing errors again. Index 2048 out of bounds for length 2048. Oh. Oh. Okay, so double problem. Double problem. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. It was also an off by 1, as I expected. So these are being set correctly. It starts at 0. And I guess we'll just do -1. Should be that simple. Alrighty. That's weird. This time it actually did print out the index out of bounds, like the proper message where it told me what number it was. So I guess my own logging was not necessary this time. The file got smaller. Interesting. Okay. Hopefully this is the last time we get all these all this printout. All right. Should work now. It's still printing out errors. Did I not upload it correctly? I just did, but I just... But did I not upload it? Did I not build it? What? Okay, let me look at this. Because it's logging to me. Index 2048 out of bounds for length 2048. Went out of bounds. But now I'm really confused. What? Is it not how I thought it was? A copy of the specified region. Okay, let me look into this. Yes, set elements. X, Y, for a rectangle of pixels. Right. Yeah, okay, so it's setting it to these coordinates. But now this is out of bounds. I mean, it shouldn't be out of bounds, though. I'm baffled. Why is it like this? Can I get information from the raster? Get bounds. Minimum valid X coordinate of the raster. The width in pixels. Okay, I'm very confused. But I suppose I'll just... I mean, I'm doing something wrong. I've done something wrong with these values. So the Y end and the X end are incorrect. Oh. Wait. Wait. Okay, I've got no idea what's happening here. Buffered image. Writable raster. Get location. Return writable raster. Let's look at the sample. Sample model translate X. The X translation from coordinate space. Because I think when I do the get bounds, it's just going to return to me exactly this thing. So, because I thought I did it. It was out of bounds before with a value of 0. Like saying, hey, get me 0, it was out of bounds. And now it's out of bounds when it's getting its full size. I'm so confused. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's get the rectangle. Get bounds. I'm just gonna brute force it here. So because I think it should be fine to do it this way, although I'm confused as to why I don't know what I've done wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. No, I'm getting raster min x. Raster bounds dot x. And then int raster min y. Y. Max x. Oh, this looks terrible. X max. Oh, I hate this so much. Plus raster dot width or raster bounds. Wait, get max x. Let's x coordinate. Well, that's not actually what I want. Okay. Plus the width. Height. And we'll just do it this way because it's being really silly. And I'll do x, y, and then bounds. And I'll just print out the bounds. Plus raster bounds. And I guess I don't need that. Let me see if rectangle has a good print. ToString. Very nice. It does have a good print. Okay. And I should absolutely not be getting this problem anymore. This problem should cease to exist. Oh no. I didn't flip over. Oh my god. I keep making that mistake. Well, you didn't miss much. I added that. Added these lines of code here. Yep. I just went straight to say, okay, raster, tell me what your boundaries are because you're lying to me. And it's definitely lying to me. I still don't believe that I've done anything wrong. And this problem should not be persisting. Okay, upload the file. Restarting a server. How do I forget to keep flipping it over? That is so dumb of me. So stupid. Unfortunately, no one's here to yell at me, to let me know that I've done it wrong. Okay. Starting up nicely. Okay. No more errors. It's giving me errors. I'm baffled. I'm shocked. Color me shocked. Color me absolutely shocked. I'm using the exact bounds that the raster defines it has, and yet it's still failing. Index 2048 out of bounds for length 2048. How is it happening? Is it really that I've gone awry here? Okay, we'll try it this way. Although I don't think this is what it's supposed to be. I'll paste those back in. And we'll just make these zeros again. I really don't know. I really don't know. If I get the same error again, then I'll be, once again, entirely shocked as to why this is happening. X-coordinate of the upper left pixel on this raster. At this point, I'm just looking at the code because I feel like it's not something I've done wrong. Get bounds. Minimum valid y coordinate of the raster. It makes no sense. Simply doesn't make any sense. Because I'm even getting that the minimum valid value is 896 is the minimum valid value. And then I just say, okay, since you're 248 wide, give me this one. And it says, oh, sorry, no, that's out of bounds. That's out of bounds. Let's try to see if we can find where this is. Banded sample model. No way. Is it implemented wrong? Is it implemented wrong? Okay, I see what's happened, I think. I tell it the tile width, and it says, okay, we'll start here and we'll make it 2000 wide. But no, it's starting at 800 and it's going up to 2000. Is what it looks like it's doing. Width and height. Set that elements. Yeah. It's it looks like it's implemented wrong. To me, it really does. Java. Buffered image, get data, rectangle, wrong, rectangle, out of bounds, out of bound, coordinates out of bound, buffered image. Well, yeah, duh. No. Get data. Rectangle out of bounds. It looks like it's treating the width as the... I'm absolutely baffled. I'm absolutely baffled. It is. No, it's not. Wait. Well, then what is it? What is it? Start to that width. How is it going out of bounds? Just how? How is it going out of bounds? That doesn't make any sense. It creates it with the right width, right? Yeah, the width and the height. But what's wrong? What is wrong? What is wrong? This isn't adding up. This simply is not adding up. I'm doing everything right. I did everything right. Oh, and this is going out of bounds now. But oh gosh. Oh, I did do it right. But then the problem wasn't happening here anymore. It was happening here. And now the problem is happening here. Okay. Now I see what I've done wrong. I understand. Okay. So this is right. But now I need to have data x 0, data y 0. And data x is less than tile width. Well, actually, we'll call this tile x, tile y, and tile y is less than tile height, and tile x, y, tile y 0. Okay. Wow. Okay. Finally got it, I think. Finally got it. I was having two problems simultaneously. Okay. I fixed one issue, but then broke the other one, and they looked exactly the same, so I got confused. But it's all good now. It's all going to work. This should work now. The classic line. Oh. I'm in survival. Whoops. Can I give Almic firework? Unknown item firework. Firework rocket. Okay. Give Almic firework rocket duration 3. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. I think this is simply how I do it. I need to go to survival. Craft up my flight duration 3. Go back into creative. I want to load chunks as fast. Oh, we're at 32. 32 megabytes. Good, I'm on the right scene. Thank God. Can I bring that up higher? Like, I mean, the highest I can do is I can go until I generate one and then turn 90 degrees and go in that direction as fast as possible. Oh, it dropped back down to 16. Okay. Well, I'll wait till it goes up to 32 and then I'll change direction again. Okay, 32, change direction. This should load it the fastest. I mean, one guy and I'm struggling to bring it over 32, moving as fast as possible, as fast as could be expected. I think I'm running back in a no. There's not generated chunks. Are we gonna drop 1,000 chunks in 15 seconds? Still at 15. I might get it up to 48. Am I in cold ocean now? Frozen ocean. 48. There it is, 48 megabytes. And I have a feeling that's gonna be the max I get it up to. It's probably gonna drop back down to 16 in a moment. 32. Yep. I barely reached. I barely got up to it. Okay. This is success. This is a great success. I have accomplished the task. Oh, 48. The task being making it so I dynamically load a very large image as necessary. And one player going at as fast as reasonably possible on the surface using flight duration 3 Elytra. I could hit 48. So that seems good to me. Let's imagine this with 10 players doing this simultaneously. Half a gigabyte, not even. Yeah, if 10 players were loading a full tile on their own, doing this, half a gigabyte for every 10 players. So 20 players doing this would reach a gigabyte of memory. And I think at that point, if I have 20 people, if I'm averaging 20 people, like, scouring the map, like, at this speed, also kind of want to see if I can ever find, if I can ever reach the island that I have and see how flat it looks. Yeah, 48 is like the peak that I can get it to. And that's only momentarily. So 20 players using a gigabyte momentarily, and as soon as they stop, it drops right back down. I gotta be able to reach the island at some point, right? Yeah. I just want to see what the island looks like. Should look crazy. Dark forest. Would even drop down to 62 for a moment there, or 16 for a moment. The average chunk generation time is great, 16 milliseconds. That's just more or less the fastest you can do it. Are we ever gonna reach it? I made it 16,000 wide, but there's still surface here. I mean, how much is that actually? How many chunks is that? 16,384 divided by 16. 1,000 chunks across. I mean, I'm still inside of it as well. A 1,000 chunks. How long does that take to fly? And I mean, I have to fly less than 500 to reach it. I'm quite shocked. I swear, if I reach the other side of this and I don't see any land, warm ocean. One moment. What? What? It's because I did it in Paint. Oh my god. I know why. It's because I did it in Paint. And it didn't actually save as a 16-bit grayscale. Let me correct that real quick then. That sucks. That's probably why the file size was so small when it should have been way, way larger. Okay. So we'll do Photoshop because Photoshop will actually save it correctly. Oh, one moment. All right. I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to properly upscale this using Photoshop. Did I unmute? I did. Properly upscale it. 16,384. think that's the dimensions, right? 16,384. Yeah. And now it's actually going to be a half gigabyte. Okay. Save as big. Wait, where am I saving that? Save as big. Yeah, big. Okay. The reason I never encountered the island was because Paint saved it as an RGB image, which means I only get 256 vertical columns, which is like an eighth or less of the real terrain height that I was working with. So essentially it was just spawning nothing. It wasn't even spawning stone, I think. I flew over the whole island, but I didn't see any of it because it was shrunk down to be very, very tiny. And this has taken like a minute to save. Okay. Server stop. And good, it's unloading everything. Still saving the image. We'll see if this impacts performance now that it's actually a proper, super big image. If loading into memory is going to consume a lot of memory or not. Still saving. Jeez. It's at 94. I assume the last 6% is going to be done instantly at some point. Still saving. It's taking its time, for sure. It's taking its time. What is going on? 98% CPU. Am I dropping frames? No, it's perfect. Yeah, we're not dropping frames. Okay. It's just being a crazy resource hog. Also, my task manager is screwed up and it's not actually displaying. It's not displaying Photoshop. Oh, look, there's Photoshop. And there it is using 90% of my CPU. I guess I shouldn't have set it to smallest file size, perhaps. Internet is not that slow. Then I need to compress it that hard. I guess while I wait for that, I could do something else here. So that's good. That's done. Done. No, I think I'll go to... That's also done for now. Also done for now. We'll just make sure that this is generating... Yeah, this will be noise. Generate surface. I guess I can do something kind of like this. Just bring this down. Stone. Add water up to sea level. Simple stuff there. So we generate the noise with this. Oh, did it finish? No, it's not done. Okay. I think it's probably writing it to disk now. It finished compressing and now it's writing to disk, right? Properties. 0 bytes. Okay. And this one eventually we'll need to do it's negative. Oh wait, why am I doing it that way? Oh well, yeah, if it's a negative, I don't do it. And then I'll do the same thing when we're outside. And I'll do something cool eventually for the borders of the world. I will do something cool. I think I'll use the carver or something. Or like for a couple chunks outside, it'll just be void. Like abrupt void. And then you go a little bit further and you'll get like cave systems that kind of look like the far lands. Okay. Still saving. X min, these inclusive, exclusive? Inclusive, the max is exclusive, okay. So set this to X position, Y min, dot min height, Z min, Z position, maximum, X position plus 1, 100, and Z position plus 1 with stone. Okay. Ooh, goody, it saved. It finished saving. Can build this now. How big is the file? 34 megabytes. Okay, that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice and small. When the theoretical size was half a gigabyte. 30 megabytes is pretty good. Let me just double check the bit depth. Is 16. Excellent, 16. Heightmap, big. It's gonna take a while. New world gen, and we will delete the world to regenerate it. All right, and I'm actually going to keep an eye on the memory output here as well, just so that I can be totally certain that I'm not flooding this with memory stuff. All right, we just jumped up to 4 gigabytes of memory. All right, so this is where we're at before any stuff is happening. All right. Let's go ahead and get myself the stuff. Wish I could craft here. I don't know why there's no craft table. I could place a crafting table, actually. That'd probably be smarter than toggling between stuff. Okay. All right, let's go. Actually, I just realized when I hit a new tile, I should just turn 45 degrees, not 90 degrees as I thought. I turn 45 and that'll load the next one as fast as possible. Actually, no. It'd be turning around, it actually would be turning around directly. Either completely turning around or turning 45 degrees this way, not this way. Actually, I don't know. I actually don't know. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Oh, we're getting some terrain underneath now. It stopped. Well, this is definitely a problem. Huh. Alright, good to know. Good to know. I did something wrong with the terrain. The image file isn't messed up. I'm sure this is not the image file. This is just an issue with, yeah. It's an issue with how I've loaded it. I've clearly loaded it incorrectly. Well, we're gonna get this very strange staggered effect. Okay, well. Found another issue to solve. Memory is staying at 4. It's not even going up or down. It's really weird. Doesn't seem right. What's the memory usage on the server? Oh, the max memory is 4 gigs. And we hit that almost immediately when I joined. So not quite sure how that works. I'm just getting nothing now. I'm not getting any terrain. Yeah, it's like loading the very first corner over and over again is what's happening. It's not offsetting correctly. Yeah, I'm not seeing any terrain anymore. Okay, well, I guess I can stop flying around like that. We'll just leave me to glide there. Okay, so let's find out why that happened. I didn't do this incorrectly, did I? I don't think so. It's got to be the buffered image map that I've done incorrectly here. So I got the X, I got the Y. And I look for if any of these probably contain what I'm looking for. Honestly, it might be this. It might be this, so I'll just cautiously go back on that. Actually, I shouldn't be doing that at all. Now that I just noticed something. I shouldn't be doing it that way at all. What I should be doing is I should be loading the dimensions. Yeah. Get value. This will actually be the number of X columns, so this will actually be height. No, yeah, this will be width. This is snap plus the tile width, that's snap plus the tile height. This could be a cause for the problems. If we find it, we find it. Tile outside is not null. Yeah, I don't need to break there. I can just return immediately here. Yep. These don't need to be initialized to null anymore, I suppose. No match. We've checked everything. Centered on this. So I take x, I subtract half. Oh, the start will be half the tile size cross, and the end will be that whole thing. This sizing, let me make sure it's correct again. If start is negative, we increase end by the negative value, or inverting start, to make it positive. We add that to it. Set to start to 0. Okay. Those gotta be correct, I think. Load image data. Tile offset. X start, Y start. And tile data is the width that we have it set to. Okay. Sample is x minus sample offset. Indeed, those are correct. Okay, so I think this should be right then. I don't exactly understand how I got messed up values where the terrain was doing those weird jumps, coming out of the water and then deleting itself. But I did change one thing, so we'll rebuild it and we'll see if we get that same thing again. I don't change the x value, do I? No, I don't change it. I'm thinking, so if I get an x start of like 100 and I'm looking for 150, that point becomes 50. So I take 150 minus the offset 150. Okay, so it's not this. It wasn't this doing weird things. Okay. That might have been the issue that I was having, but now it should be corrected. So we will stop the server. Upload the new build. Delete the current world. Just gotta look at the image again to make sure. Heightmap, big. Yeah, that's definitely no weird things happening there, I think. Okay. We'll start the server back up. Again, I will pay attention to the gigabyte usage because it really shot up to 4 last time, which wasn't right. Okay, instantly went back up to 4. So I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I'm going to look up what this is so I can type the give command. Data values. Fireworks flight. Oh wow, that can be a it can be 127. Okay. I'll see what happens if I type 127 actually, because I'm quite curious. Okay. Game mode. Creative Almic. Give Almic firework. Rocket. Fireworks. Flight. Flight. Let's make it 5. Flight duration 5. And I could make that 128 if I wanted to. That is scary. Okay. Nope. Okay, yeah, 5 is definitely a lot longer already. I want to do that again. Give. Fireworks. Duration 127. Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh, I did do it wrong. Flight 127. Flight duration 127. I'm almost worried that this will break the game if I try to fly with this, but I'm going to do it. We'll see if it ever stops. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. It's just going to be max speed for like 20 seconds. Or maybe a whole minute. Or 2 minutes. Is flight duration based on seconds? I think flight duration might be seconds. This is just a maximum boost rocket. Full speed. I'm like entering unloaded chunks now. That is very funny. Okay. Are we going to get the weird bug happening? And then I'm going to be very upset because I have no idea why it's happening. It happened. How do I stop using the rocket though? Flying to the ground? It's still going. Oh, it ended when I stopped, when I started. Okay. Very funny. Okay, so it didn't break the game, thankfully. Did not break the game. But this is still happening. And I don't understand why. What coordinate are we at? We're right on the 128 line. So something is... just simply going wrong here. We must just be loading the tiles incorrectly and setting the... Say it out loud and I figure... We're setting the offsets incorrectly. That's exactly what I think is happening. No, it's set right. It's set correctly. This is after all the modification. Are we selecting it wrong? No, we're selecting it right. So, we loaded this entire tile onto 28 correctly. But then as soon as it goes to the next tile, we load the next one wrong. We don't load the correct. Interesting. Is it a coincidence that this is exactly 128? Is that a coincidence? I don't know if it's visible, but I'm exactly at Z coordinate 128 standing on this block, and at 127 standing on this block. I think that's just a coincidence. I'm going to call that a coincidence for now, until I have reason to believe that it is not. Let's go into water and see what this looks like down here. If we're getting stone or bedrock or something down here. That's stone. Oh, turn off sprint. I cannot see, it is so dark. Night vision. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We are standing exactly where I expected to be standing, at least. But this is also clearly a different tile that's loaded. I just don't know where the math has gone wrong. Is it possible that the sample is wrong? Wait, what? I changed it there, but then I forgot to finish changing it. That was a bug before, but because I added this extra check, the bug didn't manifest itself. I just Okay, so it's nothing weird. Well, it was just this. Me being dumb is what it was. Okay. Whew, man. Very dumb. Okay. I'm smart, but also, whew. I make some silly mistakes. That literally was the problem, by the way. I was filling it. I was filling the samples partially, and once I reach 128, I'm no longer getting the correct samples anymore. Which is why, as I flew further, I started seeing less and less terrain coming out of the ground. Because it eventually got to a point where the loop was just not even iterating. Did I just delete the wrong folder? I just deleted the wrong folder. Can I hit Control Z? Can I cancel that? What if I close it? I did delete the wrong folder. I clicked world and then I clicked delete, but apparently I didn't click world correctly. Oh my god, it deleted everything. I can restore backup, thankfully, so I don't have to deal with crap. I should be able to restore a backup. Backups and restore. I will restore it to today. This action is irreversible. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna reload all the files. I started deleting the plugins folder, and I don't want to go through and add all those plugins and configurations back in. That will literally take forever. Plus, if something breaks, I won't know if it's because my plugin was wrong. Well, I will know which was going wrong, but better to do it this way for sure. Just restore it. Very silly of me. This action is irreversible. I better make sure I don't do that for on production. Delete the wrong thing on production. Whew. That'd be a headache. Very big headache. Okay. All right. Now I can just upload the plugin change, and it looks like everything is right here. Because I did just work on this yesterday. Okay, now I'm going to make sure I delete world. World? World. Delete world. I'm just going to check bucket YML and make sure that will generate, yep, will generate a site correctly. And I will have to now upload the configuration and image file again. Sadly. Okay. Terrain Heightmap big. Okay. There we go. All right. Start up that server. If I give myself items here, I should keep them. Do I have that saved? No, I don't. Give, Almic, firework, rocket, Fireworks. Flight. We'll just do 30. We won't go crazy there. Give Almic Elytra. 30. There we go. Good scene. Oh, game mode creative. Okay. Things should be working. Flight duration 30. Okay. Actually, you know, we'll go crazy. We'll go crazy. Give myself the big rocket. $127. Alright, we're getting terrain. Let's hope this continues. Where are we at? We're on our way, rapidly approaching 248, and we're going to see if it worked. Oh, that's freezing there. Cool. This is strangely a lot more terrain than... No. No. Didn't work. But I thought I fixed it. Okay. So something else has gone awry here. Is it possibly this? X minus simple offset 0, Y minus simple offset 1. Can only now imagine that this is wrong. Let's go north. I'm just gonna head north real quick and see. Okay, so we got that right. Just be a moment while I fly down and see if this suddenly ceases down here. Actually, the train won't even extend that far, will it? Yeah, the train won't even go that far down. Well, I mean, I can see a little bit. I can see a little bit here. I can go in the water, right? Yeah. I can zoom in the water. This is so trippy. Flip over so you get the full effect of this. Zipping through the water using a firework rocket. Oh. There we go. We're approaching 248, and there's a cut here too. .248 on the dot. Yeah, I've really got no idea. I feel like eventually I'm gonna spot something, and it's gonna, my eyes are gonna pop out of my head when I see it. Let's do a sanity check. So we get the tile width. If x is greater than or equal to key 0, and it is less than the width, and y is greater than or equal to that, and y is less than or equal to that, then we found a match. Tile offset is equal to key. Get key, get key. Get key, get value. Are these correct? This is right. Yeah? So then is greater than the width. We drag back the start as far as we can. We take start. We want to reduce it by the difference between, by the extra that end goes over with. Bring it back. Y, same thing. The extra of that, the y goes over the end. Take that difference, subtract it from this. Make it a larger value such that it doesn't go under 0. Yeah, that's right. I still wonder if the raster X and the raster Y is correct. Raster bounds is less than the width, and the Y is less than the height. Tile Y is 0, raster bounds Y. Tile X increment, tile Y increment. Let me just these on new lines to make sure that I'm seeing them correctly. Okay. Tile Y less than tile height. Okay, spooky game sounds. All the way in my right ear. Wow. Okay. Wait, tile width. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right, that's right. So, the problem should be in here, right? Problem should be in here. I don't know. It's not adding up to me. Things are not adding up here. 1 plus 1 is not equaling 2. I mean, this should also be in the synchronized, actually. There's no reason to pull out of the synchronized there. In fact, I'm just going to mark this whole thing as synchronized. Just to be extra certain. It's not a thread thing. I don't think it's a thread thing. The worst that would happen if it was a thread thing is I would be loading the same tile twice. That's not happening. And regardless, when I get the result that says, here's the offset we just calculated, here's the data. There wouldn't be a weird thing where we change the data. There is but one place that we do this. We save it to cache. When we get a match, we do change this. Cache tile get value set key. Yo. This drowned guy's coming over here to push me off the cliff. That guy's holding a shell? You really can't see him. Okay. Enough fooling around. I'm coming up on 4 hours. And I'm still baffled. This is like too much synchronization, to be honest. But I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, that. I think it could be the offset, actually. I think somehow it could be the offset. So getting sample block height. Am I calling the right thing here? X start, Y start. Oh, that's correct. Just gonna have to add a final just to be positive. I think it's not necessary, but it's perhaps helpful. Something's just going wrong here. And I don't see it. I don't see it. I suppose I could do some math and say, like, do a check here and make sure that... No, I don't think that works. Something is just wrong, though. It could possibly be this thing that I'm doing here, where I'm centering it, but I really want to keep that. And I'm still looking at it, and it still looks exactly right. I suppose I'll do something a little bit different here. Final int half tile. $124, right? And I'll say if I'll do this. Int x start, y start, x end, y end. If x is less than half tile, then we do x start equals 0. If y is less than half tile, or else x start equals x minus half tile. And this will probably be a little bit less weird looking, I think. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing it that way. That's like a really dumb way to do it. That is actually just a really dumb way to do it. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll do it this way. Y start is equal to math.max 0 or x minus half tile. Zero or y minus half tile. And then x end is going to be equal to math.min between the width and x start plus tile size. This is definitely the much smarter way to do this. Height y start plus tile size. No, I don't need all of this junk. Okay. Far cleaner looking. Absolutely cleaner looking. So I don't know if that's really the solution here, so I'm just going to keep looking at this. Because I'm baffled. I mean, I suppose I could run this to find out. Gone over 4 hours. I'd really like to figure this one out. I'll give it a look a little bit longer and then I'll see what I've done wrong. I just noticed it is this. This is the problem. Oh my gosh. Okay. Raster. Raster. Limit x is going to be raster x plus raster bounds dot width. This is actually what I've done wrong here. This is actually what I've done wrong here. And I kind of don't like that setup actually. So I'm going to cut that out. then raster limit y equals raster y plus raster bounds height. Okay, this was also another issue. One of many that I've created for myself. Okay, and that one actually might have been what was wrong. That took me a really long time to see that. Wow. Gosh. I'm just thinking about this because I do chess puzzles a lot. And eventually I look at it for so long and I'm like, I've looked at every possibility and nothing looks good. Like what am I doing wrong, you know? But at least there I can click hint and show me the move and it will tell me what the move was. And I'm like, oh, okay, now it all makes sense. But this, oh my gosh, when you're coding, no hints, man. You actually have to stare at it until you figure it out. Oh my gosh. I mean, why'd they have to make it all complicated, man? They didn't need to make it this way. They could have just made it 0 to the width. But no, they have to have it start to the tile width, and then I have to use all of their... I blame them for making it complicated. This is not the way I would have done it, I can tell you that much. I would have just said, give me the rectangle, and then say, okay, cool, now we're back to 0 to the width you specified. Not from x to x plus the width. All right. Okay. It should work now. Count the number of times I've said that. Also, I really wish FileZilla, when you click the folder to delete, it tells you, are you sure you want to delete name of the folder? Instead it says, are you sure you want to delete this folder? So if you get it wrong, you won't actually know. Unless you, like, drag the window out of the way and see what folder you had selected. Did I upload that? Did I build that and upload it? I don't know. I'll just rebuild it anyway. I don't know if I built it and uploaded it. Looks like I did not upload it. I might have built it, but I did not upload it. Okay. Uploaded. Alrighty. I think we're in business now. I think we are in business. In the business of testing. It's really interesting. I'm really not sure why the Dreamworld teleports me like this. Because it generates... 10 seconds to load that. What? Why is it so slow? That was stupid slow. Wow, that's slow. Okay. Server's just having a rough time right now. All right. Let's go see. What happened to the server, man? Okay, now it's picking up. All right. It was running really slow. It has been running really slow. Oh my gosh, I have to turn around. $100 milliseconds. It was running at 20 last time. Alright, we're coming up on it. Desert, warm ocean. Look at that really small warm ocean. Oh, it comes back. Alright, let's pray that it continues. That really looks like it's continuing. Alright, I figured it out. I gotta figure it out. Amazing. This is surprisingly flat here. Also, I'm surprised that even though I've scaled it up 16 times, there's still like, yeah, there's still individual blocks. Nice. I guess that just shows the it shows the variation in the values very nicely. There should be like a river down here now. I want to see what the mountain looks like at this scale. 16 times the scale. Oh my god. Put up the meme of Todd Howard saying 16 times the detail, because this is exactly what I'm doing here. My survival map just got 16 times the detail. Where's this river? It should honestly be appearing sometime soon. Oh, I'm on the banks of the river now, I think. Maybe this is the mountain? I mean, the weird thing is I don't know if this is the river or if this is the ocean. I guess I can keep going this way and see if the land comes back. But I don't think the land is going to come back. Yeah, that is just ocean. Okay. That's way too deep for it to be the river. "16 times the detail." I'll just follow this line. This should bring me there in time. What biome am I going into over here? Badlands, river. Like the sky just turns purple for a moment on the river. Man, if only it was this easy to add 16 times the detail. They should curve in at some point, like quite sharply. Oh. There it is. It's curving in quite sharply. It was a 90-degree turn, like on the dot. Slow myself down because it's... Ooh, there's some erosion there. Another one. There should be a spot where it kind of comes out to like a pinch. The water goes in and turns around like it was pinched. What is this? Massive beach. Wow. That's like, I mean, I can go back and look at it. Imagine this but 16 times smaller. Yeah, this is like 5 blocks. That whole thing was like is like actually 5 blocks big on the real map. This was just scaled to test the image loader. Which, how's that doing? 32 megabytes? 15 millisecond average? All the way down to 14 milliseconds. Very nice. This hasn't pinched yet, though. We're still going east. Oh. There's the pinch. Yep. Now we go back. This is humongous. It's 6,000. We're like almost a third of the way across the map after all this flying. Is 16 going to be big enough? I'm kind of starting to reconsider that size. Is 16 big enough? If I fill the whole thing with landmass. I mean, maybe to start, I'm honestly starting to think that it might need to go up to 32 or 24,000 blocks for a map. I mean, I just built it so that I can load up any image size I want, and it should handle it just fine. At some point, the mountain should be right on top of the river. So this should go to be a bit steeper. I want to see how steep the mountains get on the edge. I mean, they won't be steep at all. It's like 4 blocks multiplied out by over 4 blocks multiplied to like 4 chunks. So it'll be like a very shallow drop. Very shallow slope. All right. Land is coming into the river. I definitely got to fly quite a lot longer, though, I think. We're almost halfway. We're like very close to the midpoint of the map. What is it? 8,196 is the middle of the map. Yeah, I guess I could get there. 8,196. I used 2. $8,196. That's it. This is the midpoint. Doesn't it just look super interesting from here? It's a giant stone slope. Okay. Let's keep going over this way because I think we're at the mountain now. And I should be able to see how steep that slope is. I just want to look at it. This has nothing to do with testing anymore. I think I've more than proven that the stuff that I've implemented now is functioning as intended. Functioning as intended. Working as intended. That's really funny to say. I just want to see how steep this gets when it goes back into the ground, into the water. Is that it? Is that the steep drop? Surely it gets steeper than that. Like at least one block at a time. I know that it gets steeper down this way because the mountain rises quite high on this side. Feels like I'm an actual airplane, man. This is so fun. Is that a jockey? It was. Feels like I'm a high-speed aircraft buzzing the beach. This is big. Still more than proving that the systems I've implemented are functioning as intended. Oh, I hit a mob and I lost all my speed. Okay. It's funny. It's a big stretch, very big stretch on the chunks there. I thought on the real thing this was just like 5 or 6 blocks. That's like 10 chunks, so it's like 10 blocks that it drops down in the ocean over. We're getting close to 16,000. The end of the map. just crossed 16,000. We have 300 more blocks, and then it's going to be stone wall. Yep. Our 300 blocks are up. A whole Minecraft day to cross the map. It was like 15 minutes. 20 minutes actually, I think. 15 or I can't remember the Minecraft time. At least 20 minutes to cross the whole map. Flying at like the highest speed you can reasonably go. Should have thought, can you craft? Can you? I've only tried it with 3. Can you go all the way with this? I was hoping to get back to the water. I think it's going to be a very long time before I get back to the water. Okay. Can I? No, it's only going to let me do a max of 3. Okay, I understand. Had to try. Whoa. Man, I don't know if I'm going to reach the water. I think I need to stop flying. I'm just goofing around. Okay. Yeah, I'm going into here. I'm done working on the stuff. I've proven that it works. Very much proven that it works. I basically generated the whole world. Although I still haven't technically. There's still a whole lot of this world that has not generated yet, which is great. It just takes me, what, a minute to build the map from World Engine, World Machine. Takes me a few seconds to upload it. And then boom, new world. Just like that. It all generates on the fly. That's awesome. I like that. Glad I did this. This is a big help. Gonna be a big help for the future. Absolutely. Okay. 1 minute here. I'm gonna get off, go to bed, and think about how awesome I am for doing this very cool thing that I've done. I'm joking. Somewhat. Okay. Thank you for watching. Thanks for the follows. And I will see, hopefully, you next time. Goodbye.